Good evening, everyone. Welcome back and Happy New Year, everyone. The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. I acknowledge that my remarks will be a little longer than usual this evening. First, I want to recognize Eric Shepard, a long-serving professional staff member of the majority staff on the committee, whose last day is this Friday. Here he is. Eric started on the committee in the summer of 2016 as a staff assistant and then worked his way to become deputy clerk and then a professional staff member. He's made a very positive impact every step of the way. Eric, it's been a pleasure to work alongside you, and I wish you well as you turn the page and enter a new and exciting chapter in your career. We're all rooting for you, and we'll miss you here at the Rules Committee. Now there's one more item to address before I get to the substance of our meeting. I can imagine some will want to harp ad nauseum for most of today's meeting about the decisive action by U.S. forces in Venezuela. Any despot, especially one indicted by the Biden administration, any known enemy of the United States, or anyone who wishes to profit off the lives of U.S. citizens should know that American laws are not to be trifled with. American sovereignty matters. American lives matter. For those bad actors who ignore those facts, you can do so at your own detriment. Guising oneself under the flag of a foreign nation or as head of state does not absolve a person from consequences when American lives are on the line. Inevitably, people will scrutinize this action, and they already have online and within the media landscape. They'll say there's no precedent for it and that this action was far from routine. Here's the bottom line. A government internationally recognized as illegitimate, carrying active indictments by the U.S. government that enmeshed itself with forces intent on profiting off the lives of Americans, now knows the full force of America's response. Again, there'll be ample scrutiny to go around, but I do believe it's important to place executive branch actions from past administrations, Democrat and Republican alike, alongside the events of the weekend. Some of my colleagues on the other side just can't figure out a way to see anything President Trump does in a positive light. And that's disappointing. It's disappointing that we cannot unite as a country to confront the evil that exists in this world because of partisanship. Now on to our business here today. Today, the Rules Committee is convening to consider three separate measures: H.R. 6938, H.R. 4593, and H.R. 5184. After the House and Senate pass H.R. 6938, the Commerce, Justice, Science, Energy and Water Development, and Interior and Environment Appropriations Act 2026, we will have enacted into law 6 out of 12 appropriations bills. This legislation updates funding for 2026 with the purposes of reinforcing American energy independence, strengthening law enforcement, supporting responsible land management, and expanding access to critical minerals. This bipartisan, bicameral package of bills meets the priorities of the American people head-on while strengthening our nation's capabilities, resilience, and innovation right here at home. And this package reflects serious progress in completing FY26 funding in a responsible and forward-looking manner. I look forward to the testimony of Chairman Cole. As always, he'll lay out the facts that the American people deserve to know. H.R. 4593 would codify President Trump's executive order to slash the bureaucratic and inflation-inducing zealotry of the previous administration that drove up costs for American families and consumers. When Democrats are in power, the only thing they know how to do is regulate the hell out of everything. They don't care about who it may affect and the ballooning costs of doing so. They churn out multi-thousand word alphabet soup regulations and slap them on every single consumer product known to man. It's just the truth. Americans categorically reject this nanny state mentality that Democrats embrace so warmly as if it were an old friend. Nobody wins when a higher premium is placed upon regulating than exercising common sense and respecting consumer choice. Absolutely nobody wins. Republicans are placing choice back in the hands of American families and consumers where it rightfully belongs. H.R. 5184, Representative Houchin's bill, would end a duplicative, bottlenecking regulation that has imposed unrealistic energy conservation standards on manufactured homes. Thanks to Democrats, what a shock, these unworkable conservation standards tack on at least $12,000 or more in additional costs per home. More than 20 million Americans live in manufactured housing because it works for them. They choose this option because it's feasible and within their budgets. The last thing homeowners need is the federal government knocking them upside their heads with more wrong-headed regulations that force them to fork out more of their own hard-earned money. The entire one-size-fits-all regulatory approach is categorically insane. It never works, and it never produces any tangible outcomes that stand to benefit anyone. Representative Houchin's bill is a piece of good faith legislation. It rights a wrong that's been slapping around homeowners since the mid-2000s when Democrats created this regulatory boondoggle and had it signed into law. These two pieces of legislation are, at their cores, about restoring consumer choice, reducing government regulation, and making things more affordable. They're worthy of bipartisan support through and through. I don't see how anyone could oppose such simple things. It's indeed a new year, and with every new year comes some resolutions. Perhaps a New Year's resolution of our Democrat colleagues could be to engage in more bipartisanship and support policies that truly benefit the American people instead of regulating them into the ground. That's just a thought. However, I won't hold my breath. The last thing I will touch on before yielding to the ranking member is how Republicans have delivered multiple wins for the American people this past year, thanks to the work of our majority on this committee. Despite the spouting of statistics without providing any context and some blatant mischaracterizations that continue to be made by the minority, and I bet you that we'll hear a fair share today, Republicans have delivered time and again while maintaining the slimmest of congressional majorities. The Democrat assertion that the 119th Congress is the most closed Congress in history is utter hogwash and is entirely devoid of clarity. As I've pointed out multiple times over, when Democrats hoot and holler about the number of closed rules, amendments being made in order, as well as other extraneous matters, they never present the full picture. They have a strong proclivity to draw lopsided caricatures and spin mistruths to try and discredit everything under the sun that Republicans do. Here are the facts. While it's true the Rules Committee reported 95 closed rules in 2025, only 33% of those rules were closed at the discretion of the Rules Committee. When accounting for rules in the rules package, which were adopted before the committee organized, and in the case of CRAs and bills without amendments, more than half of the closed measures were closed by definition, meaning there were no amendments that could even be made in order. Our Democrat colleagues also claim that no amendment deadline discourages the process and submission of amendments, but this argument's disingenuous, clearly doesn't hold water when examined properly. Members know full well the Rules Committee will accept any amendment submissions to any and all bills open for consideration. Further, it's been a practice by both majorities to make and order amendments to bills, even if there was no call for amendments. In fact, my friends across the aisle utilized this practice over a dozen times in the 117th Congress, and when applicable, we've employed it as well. The rules majority believes in serious lawmaking, not partisan messaging exercises. We do not need to come up with hundreds of toxic messaging amendments to score political points or manufacture floor fights. Our focus is on advancing thoughtful, substantive legislation through a fair and transparent process. I hope this clears up the smog of rhetoric that our colleagues across the aisle continue to gin up. And now that we have most of our committee here, I am going to make a comment about our two colleagues, one of whom passed away over the yesterday, and one of whom was injured with his wife in a terrible accident. So we need to keep Congressman Doug Lamotfa's family and him in our prayers, and we need to keep Jim and Denise Baird in our prayers and hope that they both will heal completely. And with that, I recognize the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I want to align myself with the remarks of the chairwoman when it comes to the passing of our colleague, Doug Lamotfa. You know, Doug was a decent man who cared deeply about his district and took his responsibility seriously, and he treated people with respect, even when we disagreed. And my thoughts are with his loved ones, his staff, and everyone who had the privilege of working with him. I also, want to associate myself with your remarks about Jim and Denise Baird, two of the most decent, honorable people in the world, and I pray for a speedy recovery for both of them. And, Madam Chair, I also want to join you in recognizing Eric Shepard as he departs the committee. And on behalf of myself and the Rules Democratic staff, I want to thank Eric for his years of service to this committee and to the House of Representatives. We wish him the very best in his next chapter and are grateful for the professionalism and the dedication that he brought to his work here. I'm not sure where he's going, but I only wish he were taking me with him. Anyway, thank you for all your incredible service. Now, having said all of that, Madam Chair, here we are again, new year, same Republican dysfunction, disarray, and disastrous inability to do anything to help people. People still don't have health care because Republicans let the ACA tax credits expire. The President of the United States is telling America that we are now running a foreign country. He told big oil companies about his military action in Venezuela before he told Congress. And his top advisors are on TV melting down when asked simple questions about what the hell is going on here. People still can't afford rent, groceries are going up, and we're back in the Rules Committee debating shower heads. I mean, shower heads. Madam Chair, I mean, this is beyond stupid. And we're also trying to finish last year's appropriation bills. Last year's bills, I mean, that's what Republicans are doing. By the way, that appropriations bill is one of the appropriations bills is for commerce, justice, and science. And that includes funding for the Department of Justice and federal law enforcement. And I just want to remind everyone on this committee that today is January 6th. So the law enforcement agencies that this appropriation bill funds are some of the same ones who responded that day. These are the law enforcement officers who were violently and brutally beaten by a MAGA mob that Donald Trump sent to the Capitol building to overturn the election. Many of them were permanently injured. Many were hospitalized. Some later died from injuries sustained that day or by suicide after the trauma they endured. That mob stormed this building. They hunted members of Congress. They wanted to hang the Vice President of the United States. I was on the floor when they broke into the Capitol. In fact, I was in the chair that day. I smelled the tear gas. I watched officers barricade entrances with furniture, knowing that they were outnumbered, but refusing to give up. And those officers saved our lives. They protected members of Congress from both parties, and they upheld their oath. And in return, Donald Trump pardoned the people who attacked them. What kind of sick, messed up person does that? And the House Republicans still have not displayed the memorial to honor the Capitol Police and law enforcement officers who protected us that day, even though you are required by law to do so. I mean, let's be clear about what's going on here. Republicans managed to illegally slap Donald Trump's name on the Kennedy Center, defacing a memorial to a great president in 24 hours. But when it comes to displaying a memorial that is required by law right here in the Capitol, honoring officers who saved lives and defended this democracy, suddenly it's delay after delay after delay. For years. That is unconscionable. The law is clear. It has to be displayed, so why isn't it up? Not because you forgot, the memorial already exists. Not because of paperwork issues. No, it's because you guys are afraid of the truth, and you're afraid of the guy who is now in the White House. If you support law enforcement, this should not be hard. If you believe in democracy, this should not be controversial. If you have moral clarity and a respect for the truth, you don't erase January 6th. You don't whitewash it, and you don't reward the people who try to hurt us that day, who tried to stop our democracy in its tracks. So shame on Speaker Johnson for not displaying the January 6th memorial, and shame on Republicans for having us here today to debate showerheads and consider last year's appropriation bills instead of urgently addressing the many crises our country is dealing with at this very moment. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Representative Russell Fry and Ranking Member Pallone from the Committee on Energy and Commerce. Your full statement will be submitted for the record. We ask you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Representative Fry, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee for the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm pleased to speak in support of 2 pieces of legislation aimed at increasing housing affordability and bolstering consumer choice. H.R. 4593, the Shower Act, and H.R. 5184, the Affordable Homes Act. The previous administration created significant uncertainty and regulatory confusion for manufacturers and ultimately American consumers. My legislation, H.R. 4593, brings consistency to regulations surrounding showerheads. Under current law, the maximum water use allowed for any showerhead is 2.5 gallons per minute when measured at a flowing water pressure of 80 pounds per square inch. And a showerhead is defined as, quote, any showerheads, including handheld showerhead, except a safety showerhead. This is a simple definition. It was interpreted in novel fashion by both Obama and Biden after 30 years of no action being in law, which asserted that the 2.5 gallons per minute standard would apply to the entire shower system as opposed to the individual shower head. This interpretation has misled American consumers and impacted the quality of the products they are intending to buy. The Trump administration, both now and during his first term, has returned regulations to reflect the traditional, congressionally intended definition of what a showerhead actually is. However, the root issue still exists. Manufacturers are subject to the swing of the political pendulum with constantly changing interpretations of the law. H.R. 4593 delivers regulatory stability by codifying the definition of a showerhead as being consistent with the American Society of Mechanical Engineers standard. This will clarify the maximum flow rate to apply to each faucet, allowing consumers to have the products and water flow that they desire. Whether it is access to the shower head consumers want or the ability of a young family to purchase their first home, unnecessary and duplicative regulations stand in the way of Americans and the American dream of homeownership. Similarly, H.R. 5184, the Affordable Homes Act, led by the gentlelady from Indiana's 9th District, Ms. Houchin, helps address the housing affordability by alleviating regulatory burdens on what should be the most affordable and accessible form of housing, manufactured homes. Manufactured homes play an essential role in scaling up our nation's affordable housing supply. In 2023, approximately 16.6 million Americans resided in manufactured homes. The average income of a manufactured home buyer is $63,000, compared with the average income for a site-built home of about $143,000. For decades, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, has exclusive authority over energy, safety, and building standards of manufacturing homes. HUD's mission and expertise make it uniquely qualified to do so. However, as a result of the Energy Independence and Security Act of 2007, the Department of Energy was also granted authority to set energy standards on these manufactured homes. The result of adding the DOE into the standard-setting process for manufactured housing has caused two major issues. First, adding a secondary agency to this process creates duplicative, unnecessary standards that create regulatory bottlenecks and increase compliance costs, which ultimately are passed on to the consumer. In fact, the National Association of Home Builders estimates that 24% of the cost of a single-family home is embedded in regulations at all three levels, local, federal, and state. That totals roughly $94,000 on regulatory costs. Now, while that number applies to site-built homes, it shows the real impact of regulations on the affordability of all homes, including manufactured homes. Second, the Department of Energy was instructed to set standards based on the most recent International Energy Conservation Code, the IECC. The IECC is intended for site-built housing, not manufactured homes. These codes are meant to be site-specific so that local authorities and builders can adjust codes as necessary so they fit the unique characteristics of the home's regions. On the other hand, manufactured homes are not built on site. They are built in facilities without knowledge of the final location of those homes. This makes the IECC compliance incompatible with manufactured housing and does not help advance energy efficiency goals. H.R. 5184 helps remedy this regulatory morass by removing the Department of Energy to set energy efficiency standards for manufactured homes. Instead, HUD maintains and will maintain that exclusive jurisdiction. The Department of Energy may provide recommendations, however, to HUD, which is intended in the bill. Republicans on the Committee on Energy and Commerce are returning common sense to energy and water standards and increasing affordability by reducing unnecessary regulatory burdens that have yielded little to no positive impact on American families. The rising cost of living that resulted from years of Democrat policies, including appliances and housing overregulation, is something Republicans are laser focused on reversing. Even simple changes like these discussed today can result in huge gains for families looking for the right product or looking to become a first-time homebuyer. My colleagues on the other side may question the significance of these for floor consideration. They may even take the opportunity to make light of the situation. But the reality for millions of Americans who voted for a changing course in 2024 is that this is no laughing matter. Americans are exasperated with the high cost of homes in the United States, and they're tired of being told by the Washington bureaucrats and elites what kinds of products to purchase for their homes or what kind of homes to buy. These bills help address these problems and bring relief to the American people, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Fry. Ranking Member Pallone, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And I assure my colleague I'm not going to make light of the bills, but I do have to say that I want to associate myself with the comments made by the Ranking Member, Mr. McGovern, today about January 6th. Actually, one of the officers who was killed that day was from one of the two counties that I represent, and his family were on the steps today when we had the commemorative service. And I do have one of the replica, I guess, of the plaque that has not been put up outside my office, and I'll continue to have it there because it really upsets me to think not only that the speaker has not put up the original plaque, but also that the person who actually murdered Officer Sick was actually pardoned and free. I've told he was actually here today with the insurrectionists. I can't verify that, but it really troubles me to think that he's free to come back here or to do whatever he's doing when in fact he murdered an officer, a Capitol Police officer, who's from my district. So it's just a very sad day. But going back to the two bills before us, as you know, Madam Chair, I do respect you a great deal, but I do have to take issue with some of the things you said in your opening remark about the bills. I do think that this is not about regulation. I know you stress that, and you think that Democrats want to just regulate everything. But that's not what this is about. It's about efficiency. And as you know, we've been here many times on many of the bills that came out of the Energy and Commerce Committee that relate to energy efficiency, because we as Democrats believe very strongly that energy efficiency is something that saves money, that saves the taxpayers, that saves homeowners, whether it's the Shower Act or manufactured homes. And you talked about common sense, but I think it's common sense to have efficiency. It's common sense to try to save water, to save energy, to try to lower costs. And efficiency programs, including these two, in the past have been bipartisan. You mentioned bipartisan. These have been bipartisan initiatives in the past. And I don't know what's happened to the Republican Party that all of a sudden now energy efficiency is a bad word. It isn't. The other thing is you suggested all these Republican wins on affordability, and I don't see them. I mean, right now, grocery prices continue to go up. People complain to me constantly about prices going up. 80 million Americans now are struggling to pay their utility bills and are being forced into this position of choosing oftentimes between paying for basic necessities like housing, food, and health care, or keeping their lights on. And now, of course, we're going to have this vote this week because we have a discharge petition because a few Republicans joined us. But the fact of the matter is that after January 1st, because of the Republican failure to extend the enhanced premium tax credits under the Affordable Care Act, there are so many people around the country that are facing double or triple the cost of their health insurance because of the fact that Republicans refuse to extend the program. So hopefully we're going to have that vote this week, I understand, and hopefully it'll pass, but the Senate has to pass it. And I believe that you should have done that and, made an effort to get it passed without having to do a discharge petition with a handful of Republicans. So I just don't see these affordability wins. Now, getting back to the issue at hand, the first bill, the Shower Act, basically lays the groundwork for the Trump administration to waste scarce water resources and increase household utility bills by redefining the term showerhead to allow these products to use more energy and water. It makes no sense. This bill is about nothing more than, I think, the House Republicans trying to score points with President Trump. I forget exactly what he did, but he was talking one day about how his shower doesn't have enough pressure, which is not the case. I mean, this is not about water pressure, really. The efficiency standards have nothing to do with water pressure. They have to do with the flow of water, but not the pressure. But during his first term, Trump redefined showerheads because of his, concern over them, to allow the products to vastly exceed the federal water conservation limit, which American manufacturers resoundingly rejected. The manufacturers do not want these bills. The manufacturers have not wanted any of these energy efficiency bills, which the Republicans and the Trump administration have tried or successfully repealed in some cases, because the manufacturers recognize that consumers want money-saving, efficient, and resource-conserving showerhead products. So this bill allows the Trump administration to reinforce essentially his legacy of waste, because he thinks it's okay to waste water and waste energy. And I don't think the Republicans care that this bill will result in higher utility bills for American consumers. They only care about pleasing the president. Now, in that same vein, H.R. 5184, the so-called Affordable Homes Act, is exactly the opposite, because it robs manufactured housing residents of much-needed and long overdue cost savings on their energy bills. When you go and buy a manufactured home, it's just that the cost of home is the cost of the energy and your utility bills over the life of the home. And what's happening with these efficiency standards is that they save money over the course of your time living in the manufactured home. And basically what the bill does, it repeals the Department of Energy authority to set energy conservation standards for manufactured homes and shifts the authority to the Department of House and Urban Development, a federal agency that does not specialize in energy efficiency, and also prevents the Department of Energy's court-ordered standard for manufactured housing from having any effect. Now, before the passage of, as my colleague mentioned on the committee, before the passage of the Bipartisan Energy Independence Act, HUD was the lead agency responsible for setting energy standards. But they didn't do anything. They never set the standard. And so that's why we changed the law to say the Senate standard should be done by the Department of Energy. It wasn't duplicative. Of course, the Department of Energy still had to consult with HUD, and they still do under this bill. This bill clearly says that the two agencies have to cooperate. It's just that it makes HUD the lead agency again, not the Department of Energy, and HUD has a history of not updating the standards and not doing anything with regard to energy efficiency. So right now it says, we know that DOE's standard, that which will repealed, basically saves residents an average of $475 per year on the utility bills. But this bill robs some of those savings by essentially repealing the DOE standard, which again makes no sense to me. So, well, again, I just want to stress, Madam Chair, the bills before us today do nothing to address the affordable crisis. In fact, they only make it worse. And I just think that when House Republicans talk about efficiency, not, the energy efficiency not being things that people care about, they do care about it for all the reasons that I said. And so I urge all the members to reject these. Well, you're going to set the process on the floor, but I'm hoping that ultimately we reject both of these bills for the reasons I gave. And I yield back, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. And I'm not going to ask any questions, but I do want to say Republicans do care about energy efficiency. And I think the people who are living in manufactured housing particularly care about energy efficiency because they're low-income people. And I can tell you, having grown up, not in manufactured housing, we couldn't even afford a manufactured home. My family and I cared a great deal about saving energy, and I always have. And I think Republicans do care about that. But we don't want to raise the cost of the housing that's already very expensive for the very people who are buying it unnecessarily. So we'll disagree a little bit on what we think each other's motives are, but I want to assure you, I am very concerned about energy efficiency and efficiency of all kinds. So with that, I will recognize Ms. Scanlon.
As a homeowner, I do look for efficient appliances and fixtures to help reduce costs for my family. So I remain puzzled by this continuing attack on appliances, the SUDS Act, the Hoo-Ha Act, all of the things that we've been enduring the last year and a half. But I think the showerhead bill is yours, Mr. Fry, is that right?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what sparked your interest in showerheads?
I think it's just it's a microcosm of a larger issue, which is that the heavy hand of Washington sometimes comes in and regulates big things, but they sometimes come and regulate small things. I think at the end where I tend to fall on this is protecting consumer choice. And I think this legislation, look, for 30 years, this law stood with no regulatory change on what a showerhead actually was. And it wasn't until the Obama administration that they woke up and said, they got this wrong 32 years ago. So we're going to change the definition of what this is. That limits consumer choice, right? Like ultimately, people, if they want to go buy a multi-fauceted showerhead, that's their decision to make. Obviously, state and local regs come into play. But this is a larger problem of Washington, D.C., which is we're going to regulate the rest of America. And we're going to limit consumer choice, and we're going to tell you what we think is best for you. And I think that's just fundamentally not who we are as a people.
Was this an issue you ran on or something you addressed in the South Carolina?
No, this is, like many bills, Ms. Scanlon, that you've probably sponsored too, they're not at the top of your boilerplate campaign pamphlet. It's just something that you see as a unique problem, and so you seek to address it.
It's just, the contrast that Ranking Member Pallone mentioned, that this is, the first bill that's brought before us in the new year, the second year of the 119th Congress. It's coming to us less than a week after the Affordable Care Act tax credits expired, which is going to throw millions of people off their health insurance. The contrast is pretty striking, and I do have to agree, given the President's obsession with water pressure and his comments over the years about shower heads and dishwashers and toilets and such. it does seem like that might be a more likely incentive. Ranking member, can you tell me if there's a CBO score on this?
I don't know if we have a CBO score.
There wasn't when the report was developed.
No, I don't know if we do actually.
Okay.
But I do, if.
Yes,
bear
please.
with me. You know, I want to explain if I can. You know, I think that the concern here on the part of the Republicans is, you know, that they see the cost of manufactured homes going up quite a bit, right? Now, I would say that's because of the Trump tariffs, right? Because so many of the building materials and everything now are going up. I think that's primarily because of the Trump tariffs, frankly. A lot of these things are imported from Canada and other places, right? But the fact of the matter is that, like, the cost of energy for manufactured homes, I don't know why, maybe because they're just not as done as, you know, maybe because they're cheaper or whatever, I don't know, is about 70% higher per square foot compared to site-built homes. And so if you buy one of these homes, and of course, as the chairwoman said, you know, a lot of people buy them are lower income, you know, they buy them, but they don't realize, I think, that their energy bills over the life of this home is going to be a lot higher, or maybe they don't have a choice, right? So all we're trying to do with this energy efficiency is try to bring those costs down over the period of time so that they're, you know, so this person, many of whom are low income, aren't paying these huge utility bills, which, you know, continue to go up constantly, right? Now, the problem is that HUD was traditionally, as my colleague said, in charge of setting the standard, and they didn't do it, right? It didn't matter whether it was Republican or Democrat, they just didn't do it, right? Because that's not their focus, right? And so what we did is we passed a law that said that it would be the DOE that would set the standard, which they did, right? And now it's about to go into effect. And the Republicans are saying, well, we don't want that to happen because it's going to cost more. It's not going to cost more. It's going to cost a lot less, particularly over the life of the program. And so that's really the issue here. And so to suggest, I mean, obviously we all believe in energy efficiency, but if you really do, then you would put the right agency in charge and you wouldn't repeal the standard that is going to make a cost a lot less for people, many of whom are low income. That's what this is all about. But my concern is, and I want to keep talking, as you suggested, is that we just keep seeing all these energy efficiency bills come up, and I keep saying over and over again they're going to save money. And if you really care about energy efficiency, then you wouldn't constantly try to veto all these initiatives, because they are bipartisan, or they at least have been. Anyway.
And that remains my concern as well, that it's just this continuing litany, ignoring the facts, ignoring the efficiencies that do exist, looking at the upfront only cost as opposed to over the life of one of these fixtures or appliances or showers or whatever. And it's the dissonance between, you know, the failure to address the really big picture issues like healthcare, the big picture issues like tariffs, the big picture issues like energy costs, and instead fixating on naked mole rats and, you know, shower heads and whatever the obsession of the day is. So I appreciate you bringing some facts to us, and I will yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
No, Russ, I appreciate you bringing this to the floor, to the Rules Committee. I was in with the mobile home manufacturers when they were trying to abide by some of these rules, and they couldn't do it. I mean, everybody wants to save energy, but it was going to drive the cost of manufactured housing, which has been, like you say, 20 million people are into those now. But they had a blower duct test that would require manufacturers to put, instead of 2x2 studs, 2x6s. The roof structure, I mean, it's crazy. And they do not want this. They want this abolished. What we're doing here is letting them determine, put the products there that they sell. And then they're not quite as efficient, but people can afford them. On the shower issue, that's a big issue with the hotel owners. When you have to get in the shower and run around to get a drop of water on you, which is, it does lower the pressure. It's stupid. So it's government overreach at its highest. And government has no business getting in the free markets on these two issues and driving the costs up where people couldn't afford it. You're talking about electricity costs. You're not going to be able to buy the home to pay the electricity anyway because they're not going to be able to afford it. I know this for a fact. And I appreciate you bringing it to the Rules Committee. It should pass on the floor. And anybody that's in the industry will tell you this should have never been passed in the first place. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Mr. Neguse, Happy New Year.
Thank you,
You're
Madam Chair.
recognized.
Happy New Year. It's good to see you. Great to be back in the Rules Committee. I would be remiss if I didn't at least just note at the outset that I know I join all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in praying for Doug LaMalfa's family, his wife, and his constituents. I always found Doug to be an incredibly decent and kind man. He was a great partner on a number of different initiatives impacting his constituents in rural California and my constituents in rural Colorado, and he'll be sorely missed. And just want to make sure we all recognize his contributions to the House. Ranking Member Pallone, Mr. Fry, great to have you both here. I hope you had a good holiday, Ranking Member Pallone. Had a good Christmas? All right. Mr. Fry, you as well. We've been out of the House now for 23 days. 23 days, the House was out of session. We are now convening the second session of the 119th Congress. This is on the heels of the least productive Congress in arguably 70 years plus. And the first bill that Republicans have decided to put on the House floor is a bill called the Shower Act, which you have authored, Mr. Fry. That's correct? Okay. As you could probably imagine, I mean, I've heard some of the conversation about the substance of the bill. What I really would like to dig into, I should say, and focus on, is the prioritization that House Republicans, I think, are reflecting by virtue of the bill that they've decided to consider as the first up. Have you hosted any town halls this session of Congress, Mr. Fry?
Yeah, multiple telephone town halls and 2 in person.
That's terrific. And I'm hoping more of our colleagues do that. I really enjoy my town halls in Colorado. I represent a district in western Colorado. Have you been to Colorado before?
Yes, my wife's from Colorado.
You're kidding. Where from?
Grand Junction.
Get out of town.
Yeah.
She's from Grand Junction,
Yeah.
from Mesa County?
Rifle, actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Well, I represent a number of counties that aren't too far from Rifle. Jackson County, you're probably familiar with it, maybe?
A little, I'm familiar with the name, not sure where it's at.
Sure, it's up in the northern part of our state, borders Wyoming, very rural county, about 1,500 people. Voted for Donald Trump, actually. The county voted for Donald Trump by about 76% of the vote.
Good county.
In 2024. What was that? You said good county?
Good county.
They would agree with you. I love Jackson County. It's a wonderful place. And actually, on January 2nd, the day after New Year's, I went up to Jackson County to do a town hall in Walden, Colorado. The next time you're visiting your family in Grand Junction, maybe we can convince you to come up to Walden. I did a great town hall. We talked about a lot with the constituents there, as you said, Republican County. We talked about tariffs. We talked about ranching. We talked about economic headwinds. Do you want to guess what's the one topic that didn't come up for my constituents in Jackson County, Mr. Fry?
I think you're about to tell me. Go ahead.
Showerheads. Showerheads. Not a single constituent of mine in Jackson County brought up showerheads or showerhead regulation. None of them communicated to me that they would think it's in their best interest, or the best interest of the people of Colorado, or the American people for that matter, to focus the very first day of this Congress reconvening on the regulation of showerheads. And I suspect that's not particularly surprising to you. Am I wrong?
I can't tell you what your constituents said at your town hall.
Is it coming up in South Carolina? You said you had a couple town
Listen,
halls.
I think it's interesting that
Is that a yes?
No, what I'm going to say is, I'm going to qualify this, is that your constituents talked to you about a number of things. This is, again, I've said it at the very beginning, this is a smaller issue,
Sure.
but it is a big one. For 30 years, this law went unimpeded
I hear you.
since 1975, and it wasn't until the infinite wisdom of the Obama administration, I suppose, and then later confirmed by the Biden administration, that they decided to change what had been the standard for 32 years.
And so has this been coming up?
No, but I think the fundamental point of this, Mr. Neguse, is that Washington finds problems to create solutions for. Like, this is not a real issue. People want choice in the marketplace.
Well, I agree with you about not being a real issue.
If they want an energy efficiency shower head or appliance or home, then they are free to buy that. But why is it Washington's business to legislate or to regulate what the rest of America does? I think that's fundamentally what we're opposed to. That the ivory tower of Washington, D.C. is going to sit here and say, if Democrats and their bureaucratic establishment are willing to regulate even a shower head, what are they not willing to regulate? I think that's the crazy part of this whole thing is, so you can make light that this is a smaller bill. Sure, I'll concede that. But I think it's still a problem.
I didn't make
with what,
light of it. I asked you a
I think it's
question.
still, well, I mean, I think you
I
are.
asked you a simple question, which was,
I think
is
you
this
are.
coming up in your town halls?
I think you are, but I think
You won't
the
answer
problem
it.
with where Americans are at is that they want choice and they're tired of Washington, D.C.
That's fine.
coming in and regulating everything that they do from cradle to
Okay,
grave.
well, I hear you, Mr. Fry. And again, I'm not trying to disabuse you of clearly your passion for this bill. I think you could level with us and say, you know what, it hasn't come up at the two town halls I've held in Danville or, Central South Carolina. It hasn't come up at the town halls, but I still think it's a problem worth solving. I think that would be a more candid answer, but obviously you're welcome to answer the question any way that you would like. What I would suggest to you, notwithstanding the merits of your bill, is that there are far more consequential matters for the United States Congress to be debating on the very first day that we are convening the second session. I do not think that this is what your voters, your constituents in South Carolina, Donald Trump supporters that live in my district had in mind. I don't think this is what the framers had in mind. I don't think that this, the notion that we would spend the first day of the second session of the Congress debating the regulation of shower heads. And just to put a finer point on it, as you know, you've attested to this regulation is gone. Right? President Trump issued an executive order repealing the rule that you take such great umbrage at on behalf of Americans across the country who are very concerned about their shower heads. He repealed it, or he directed the Department of Energy to repeal it. Am I wrong? He asked the Department of Energy, not asked, he compelled them to repeal it, and the department then repealed this rule. So the rule is no longer on the books, yes or no?
Via executive order, that's correct.
Correct. Via executive order, and again, to put a finer point on it, via action by the department, the agency has rescinded the rule that was previously promulgated. It is no longer now the law of the land. Your bill is essentially codifying the agency's decision to rescind a rule. That's what we're here to debate. And I'm just simply suggesting to you, because Mr. Fry, I know we served together on the Judiciary Committee, you've introduced a number of very serious bills on other topics, on broadband deployment, which is a matter I care deeply about. My constituents, as I mentioned, the people that I'm privileged to serve in Jackson County care deeply about. Bills regarding human trafficking, which I know is another area that you've introduced legislation on. And I'm simply here saying, is there any way you can convince Speaker Johnson and the Republican leadership to take up some of those bills rather than wasting everyone's time, not you, but the Republican leadership deciding that we're going to spend all of our time the first week of Congress on shower heads? That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Neguse, I would just respond to that by saying this, that if the Biden-Harris administration had focused on, say, the border with the same zeal that they focused on shower heads, maybe we wouldn't have a fentanyl problem in our country. Maybe we wouldn't have tons of illegal immigrants who are criminals in our communities. If they had focused on, say, inflation with the same zeal that they focused on shower heads, maybe we wouldn't have the economic calamity that we have now. And so you can make light on the front end, but this is what Washington does worst, is they take something like this, a shower head, and they overregulate it. They're not focused on the normal things that are impacting Americans, like immigration in the last election or the state of the economy. People felt
Can we
the
focus on
pressure.
those things?
Well,
That's all I'm asking.
I think we are, and we have.
That's not what we're debating tonight.
Well,
we're debating
not,
shower heads.
But you're bringing up something you're bringing up something about the showerhead, but I look at this. I look at this in the same way and say, you know what? If President Biden, in his infinite wisdom of bureaucrats, comes in and regulates a showerhead, maybe instead of doing that or coming up with like 32 different genders on a government form, maybe if they focused on the immigration problem or the economy, maybe we wouldn't have the problems that we have now that Republicans are forced to clean up.
Well, the chairwoman has indulged me, and so I appreciate that. I would just simply say it's fascinating because I suspect there are going to be a lot of people making the exact argument that you just made to describe the Republicans' majority's decision to prioritize not just showerheads, but any number of other ludicrous bills that have come before this committee, rather than working on the various issues that you just identified, from inflation to fentanyl and any other host of matters that I think would warrant the attention of
Do you
this committee and
dispute
of
that the border is
Anyway,
more secure?
I didn't ask a question. I'm not, as I said, the chairwoman indulged me, and I appreciate that. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Magoo. Mr. Scott.
Madam Chair, I don't really have any questions. I just want to reiterate what the author has said. If stupid rules hadn't been enacted by previous administrations, then we wouldn't have to have legislation that said these stupid rules aren't something that the people of America should have to abide by. And with that, I will say I like gas being below $2 a gallon where I live. I think it's wonderful, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's January 6th. Can you hear it still? Can you smell it? You know, we really should always. The screams, the yells, people rushing from the floor, some of them with their gas masks dangling. Some of us who were in the halls walking over, being pushed back and hurried back to our office and telling us to barricade ourselves. The day before, on January 5th, because I had just been sworn in, my sons and I walked down the stairs that you can get to see where the British had invaded the United States Capitol to try to overturn our United States government. The next day, on January 6th, my son was trapped in my office because the insurrectionists and a mob had invaded our Capitol to overturn our election, directed by an American president. And thank you for pointing out your New Jerseyan who died. And sometimes we don't say their names. Let's say their names. There were 5 who eventually died from that. Brian Sicknick, Howard Liebengood, Jeffrey Smith, Kyle DeFreitag, and Gunther Hashida. 140 officers went to the hospital. And Trump then pardoned the violent offenders who sent those officers to the hospital or to their death. And not one of my Republican colleagues has co-sponsored House Resolution 116 to condemn the pardons of those who were found guilty of assaulting officers, not the rest of it, but assaulting officers with tear gas, with batons, with all kinds of things that led to their death and to their hospitalization, not one. And so on this 5th anniversary of January 6th, Trump's policies are still so out of whack with what Americans want us to be focusing on, right? That's what you were talking about. So he wants to run Venezuela. We've had a military intervention. He can't even run the United States. And yes, Maduro is a dictator and a criminal, and we condemn him. All Democrats condemn him in his regime. But remember, Trump just pardoned somebody who was convicted of 400 tons of cocaine. It wasn't like maybe, it was convicted. 100 pardons of people who were convicted of drug crimes. And Republicans aren't saying anything about that. And it's not about the drugs, because he in fact told us, it's not about the drugs, it's about oil. We're going to run Venezuela. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is going to run Venezuela, and it's not a righteous war. Americans do not want this, nor do they much care about showerheads. They want us to be addressing the health care crisis that Republicans caused with the big, beautiful bill, that they caused by failing to extend those tax credits. But Trump renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War, and then he went looking for a war. Now he's talking about Venezuela, and he's talking about Greenland. Madam Chair, we went on that wonderful trip you took us to, and we stood there in Normandy, and you know that in Europe, there were soldiers from Denmark who stood with our American soldiers during World War II and died alongside us for a bigger belief. So what are Republicans going to do? We're here, we could put a war powers resolution to the floor if Johnson wanted it, but what are we listening to instead? A bill about shower heads. My phone's been ringing off the hook. I don't know about you guys. Has your phone been ringing? People are terrified about going into a war. One grandmother called sobbing because she doesn't want her grandson to be sent to a war where he might die. But not a single call about shower heads. Not one. You know, I'm the last Democrat. Ranking Member Pallone, I don't know if there's anything else that you want to address with regards to the bills before us today.
It's hard in the context of January 6th, and you mentioned Brian Seltnick, who was the officer that was murdered from my county. The only thing I wanted to mention is that I want everyone to understand, again, because the chairwoman talked about bipartisanship, the law that gave the Department of Energy the authority to set the standard for manufactured homes was signed by President Bush. It was bipartisan, and so that's why I keep stressing that these energy efficiency standards, not only the ones that are before us today with the two bills, but in general, have always been bipartisan. And the other thing which I think needs to be mentioned is the fact that when the DOE or any of the departments that deal with these energy efficiency standards, but it's usually DOE, they have to take the cost into consideration, right? In other words, the law says that if the appliance, or in this case the shower head or the manufactured home, can be made more efficient, they're obligated under the law to actually look at what can be done to make it more efficient, keeping in mind the cost. And so I know that this is all being ridiculed by the Republicans as overregulation and no one cares about the little guy, but in fact it's just the opposite. These were put into place by Democrats and Republicans in every case in order to make things cheaper and to look at the costs as well as the energy efficiency and the saving of water and energy. And while there might be a slight, and it's ever so slight increase up front, there's such a huge savings for the homeowner with the manufactured homes over a period of time that they're in the home, like I said, $475 a year on average, that it makes no sense to not do this. It really doesn't. But again, I don't want to take away from the remarks you made, but I did want to throw those things in because they really haven't been brought up. So thank you.
No, thank you very much. And I think it is important to remember that we're trying to save consumers money. And that I am glad that you brought it back to the fact that I believe it's $576 in 2024 alone, right? And if we wanted to truly save consumers more money in building, we probably should get rid of some of those tariffs too, right?
Oh, absolutely. The cost of manufactured homes going up significantly, and they have, Mr. Norman mentioned it, is true, but it's not because of energy costs. It's because of the tariffs primarily. So many of the materials that are used for these mobile homes and manufactured homes are imported into the United States, and that's why the cost is skyrocketing right now.
Thank you, Representative Pallone, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Under the Biden administration, federal agencies repeatedly expanded and reinterpreted regulations, increasing upfront costs for basic household products and housing, and constant changes in regulatory uncertainty became the norm. Families paid the price. These bills before us today are part of that broader effort to correct the course, and they reflect the Trump administration's focus on regulatory clarity, predictability, and affordability for our consumers. By restoring these clear standards and removing duplicative requirements and regulations, these bills will help bring down costs, and they will still allow consumers to make choices that work for their households. Representative Fry, we've heard a lot of misinformation and sniping from the other side of the aisle on these bills. Is there anything you'd like to respond to or to clarify regarding how these bills affect affordability and consumers?
I would just say that both these bills prioritize consumer choice, their access to affordable housing and products. Housing affordability is a huge issue, always has been, I think, in the country, but especially for first-time home buyers. Manufactured homes play, I think, a very pivotal and critical role for first-time home buyers. The Shower Act also returns choice to consumers, which is where I think it should be, right? If somebody wants a shower head that dribbles water on your head, then that's completely within their American right to go get one of those. On the other hand, if they want a product that dispenses a little bit more water, well, then that's within their right to do so. I think this is at its core about decoupling authority from Washington, D.C., and returning it to the people where it belongs.
Oh, thank you very much. And just before I close, I just want to offer prayers of a quick and speedy recovery to Jim Baird and his wife, and just join everyone else here at the committee in remembering Doug LaMalfa, who was truly one of the good guys that walked these halls. And I don't care what party you were in, what committees you served on, what part of the country you came from. He always greeted you with a smile and a very warm greeting. And he will be tragically missed very much. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Langworthy. Ms. Houchin, you're the author of one of the bills before us, 5184, the Affordable Homes Act. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, want to start by sending up prayers for recovery for Congressman Jim Baird and his wife, as well as condolences for the loss of my friend Doug LaMalfa. Doug and I shared a passion against Washington speak, and I will carry that forward by trying to eliminate Washington speak from my remarks today in his honor. Washington speak would be using a word like robust in my comments. So to Doug, he will be deeply missed, and he was a true friend to many in this chamber. I appreciate the committee taking up my bill, the Affordable Homes Act. It is a straightforward and common sense solution to help reduce the cost of housing and make home ownership a reality for millions of Americans. It's important to focus on this because the roots of home ownership lead to economic stability and growth for children and families. It will help entire generations have the hope for a future of economic stability by being able to own a home. The bill streamlines overlapping authority by restoring HUD's longstanding role as the sole regulator for manufactured housing standards, removing the Department of Energy's duplicative authority, and nullifying a 2022 Biden administration rule that increased the cost of manufactured housing. Because those regulations were focused on energy efficiency, and I would rather help a homeowner get into a home and let them decide what energy efficiency standards and products they would like to have in their home. To me, it's more important to get them in the home, because it doesn't matter if it reduces costs over time if they can't afford the price of a home up front to get in it in the first place. Importantly, though, this bill reflects bipartisan collaboration. We adopted a Democrat amendment on the bill that preserves the Department of Energy's advisory role, so technical expertise on energy efficiency standards can remain part of the process without creating conflicting or unworkable mandates and barriers to home ownership. Energy efficiency standards should exist to improve people's lives, not preserve regulatory regimes for their own sake. When a regulation no longer fits the product or the market it governs, when it results in increased cost, Congress has a responsibility to fix it. Maintaining an unworkable rule simply because it's a rule is not good governance. So I want to be clear, the goal here is clarity. We want manufacturers to build more homes, and homes that families can afford. Congressman Fry, we've heard an argument that regulation can be valuable even when it introduces friction and higher costs, particularly if it's a pursuit of a higher policy goal, like energy efficiency standards. Should Congress maintain a regulatory regime even if it no longer fits the market it governs?
Absolutely not. I think reasonable regulation would allow markets to work while protecting consumers. Should be cost-effective for both manufacturers and the end user, which is the consumer themselves. Overregulation, which I think your bill addresses, jeopardizes American jobs, innovation, and certainly prices for consumers.
And in the same way, your bill, the Shower Act, doesn't it also help to remove barriers and concerns by the industry that will result in increased manufacturing of the products that American consumers want to buy?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we go back to, at least with the Shower Act, that this is the standard by the American Society of Engineers, I think. So this isn't some arbitrary thing that we thought of, right? This is the actual standard by a very highly respected organization. And at its core, I think it just returns that choice where it belongs, which is to the consumer.
And consumers will also find themselves, if they have the shower head that trickles, they'll find themselves removing parts from the shower head that they have purchased to get higher water pressure.
Yeah, and I think if you talk to people like plumbers, and they probably won't say this publicly, but like they remove the components of these showers that don't actually fit and do what was intended, what the Obama and then later Biden-Harris administration imposed. The actual plumbers go in there and they fix it up and bypass what. So again, I think this is just silly season in regulations coming from Washington, D.C., which is not something that we're at all surprised about. Again, let's return that choice back to the consumer.
We've heard this argument here tonight that this is not important business, that the work that we're doing is not important. And I would say that isn't prioritizing free choice of the American people preferable over feeding the beast of a government bureaucracy and instituting protocols from Washington that the American people don't want and never asked for?
I think when I ran for office, that is probably similar to you. And one of the biggest complaints that we hear from our constituents, probably on both sides of the aisle, is that why the heck do they have this crazy law that we have to follow or this crazy regulation? Where did this come from? And so for Washington, for us in Washington that actually want to fix the problem, to some extent it feels like playing a game of whack-a-mole, that you find a regulation that is not working and you try to get rid of it because somebody in a closet somewhere came up with this new rule. So I think returning that power back to the American people where it belongs is always of fundamental importance to us in Congress.
I agree. Isn't this also a question of whether the system works? So back to the Affordable Homes Act, this isn't a jurisdictional dispute. Isn't it just clear ownership in one agency, one steward, and one standard? Isn't that also better than a bureaucratic nightmare of two agencies in competition over who has the ability to implement these standards that ultimately just creates more uncertainty in the market?
I think Ms. Houchin, you just hit the nail on the head, is that it is, I think, maybe believed that these agencies work in concert with each other and that they're like holding hands while they're doing this. And that has not proven to be the case. I mean, since implementation in 2007 of the law that created this bifurcated structure, you've had conflict between the Department of Energy and HUD, right? You've had these struggles. And so for the consumer, right, or the manufacturer themselves, who do they go to for guidance? One saying one thing and another saying another.
We've seen that over and over again in many federal agencies. Unfortunately, they don't often work in concert with each other. sometimes they work in opposition, making it very confusing not only for our manufacturers, but also homeowners and the American people.
Correct.
I want to say again that this is about personal freedom and not government mandates. And we can disparage the effort to restore the power to the American people to choose, but under the last administration, we saw this with the EV mandate, mandates against having gas appliances in your homes, regulating everything down to the shower head where you take a shower. My bill is focused on let's get people in homes. Let's give them that opportunity to have the American dream by reducing the cost of a home, taking out unnecessary efficiency standards that they can personally choose to adopt if they want to, but let's get them into a home with the Affordable Homes Act. And Mr. Fry, your Shower Act, I have to say, again, it feeds this desire that I have to return this choice back to the American people and away from government bureaucrats. I'm proud to support it, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Houchin. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to, like many of my colleagues, open with some comments on Mr. LaMalfa. And first and foremost, I should also offer prayers for Mr. Baird, but it's been said Mr. LaMalfa was chairman of the Western Caucus. He was a foremost expert for our Congress, and not just water, but also forestry issues. But one biographical detail I want on the record is an issue that we both shared together. He was an avowed and very passionate NASCAR fan, and he went to races over and over, camped out at races all the time. And it's special because I represent Atlanta Motor Speedway, so we talked a lot about going to a race together. So I encourage everyone, if you're watching the Daytona 500 next month, think of Doug, because I'm sure he will be watching from above. As it relates to the legislation tonight, I know a lot has been covered, but Mr. Fry, I want to just give you an opportunity to talk about the manufacturers, because we talked about the consumers and consumer choice. You and I both know earlier this Congress, I too had an appliance issue that was very native to my district. It very much personified the Congressional Review Act legislation that we had, because for me it was workers in my district who manufactured a commercial appliance who were going to be put out of business because of Biden regulation. So we debated that on the floor. Mr. Pallone and I had a conversation about it as well. But I'm curious if you could speak to the manufacturing element here. This inconsistency seems to be hard for manufacturers and creates disincentives for them to hire more workers, and if they have regulatory uncertainty year after year, administration after administration. So welcome your thoughts on that.
Thank you for the question. I think when you look at this, you know, this was not a new thing that Congress had legislated, passed, and was signed by a president. This was a 30-year-old law that was then overregulated by the Obama administration. And so manufacturers all of a sudden had to alter what they were currently doing, what they were already doing, what they planned to do, because of this really out of left field interpretation of a pretty straightforward law. And so I think Trump in his first term got it right and reversed course on that. But Biden comes in, the Biden-Harris administration, and brings it back. And so this ping-ponging back and forth, I think it was mentioned earlier, can't the president just whisk this away with an executive order? Well, he did. And that should have buried the issue, right? Returning the law to what was originally intended. But it didn't. The Biden-Harris thing. So we have this ping-pong effect that's going on, which creates uncertainty for certainly consumers, but also the manufacturers who are trying to figure out what a regulatory framework looks like in 2 to 4 year cycles.
Well, I appreciate it. Deregulation was one of the cornerstones of our campaign to the majority, and this certainly achieves that objective. I also want to commend not just your authorship, but also Congresswoman Houchin's authorship of her legislation. Both of these bills will incentivize choice for Americans and frankly reduce the cost of living, which is what we were elected to do. So with that, I yield back to our chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Jack. I believe there are no further questions, but I do want to make one final comment, and I think the issue of individual freedom is very important here. And someone else wondered what the founders would be thinking about our dealing with these bills first of the year. Well, I think they'd be aghast that such regulations went into effect to begin with, because it never in their wildest imaginations would they have assumed we were regulating people at this level. Thank you both very much. You're excused. It's your arm. I'm sorry. Not at, not at. That's right. I now welcome our second panel, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro from the Committee on Appropriations. Your full statement will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Cole, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Chairwoman Fox, and Ranking Member McGovern, esteemed members of the Rules Committee. I want to thank you for your warm welcome and your kind invitation to testify today. I appear before you today on H.R. 6938, a 3-bill package covering commerce, justice, and science, energy and water development, and interior and environment appropriations measures for fiscal year 2026. Today's bills are the result of a bipartisan and bicameral negotiation. As such, they are a compromise product with buy-in from members of both parties in both chambers of Congress. The Appropriations Committee has long sought to operate in a bipartisan and collaborative manner, and with today's package, we fulfill that long-standing commitment. The end result is a reminder for us all that consensus, not partisan obstruction, is not only possible, it is preferable. Today's package is the second step forward in finishing our 12 funding bills for fiscal year 2026. In November, we enacted into law our first 3-bill package. Today, we build on that momentum of what we accomplished then. In the coming weeks, I look forward to appearing before you again with additional packages with the goal of completing all fiscal year 2026 funding by the January 30th deadline. With the passage of these 3 measures, we will have full-year funding in place for many of our most crucial programs. The Department of Justice will be able to fulfill its important mission of protecting Americans from wrongdoers, including combating illicit drugs like the scourge of fentanyl. We prioritize American energy dominance and safeguarding critical mineral resources. National parks will be open and operating, and essential wildfire protection programs will remain in place. Other vital public safety programs like the National Weather Center, my own district in Norman, Oklahoma, will likewise continue to serve the American people. The Army Corps of Engineers will continue its important work on water development and flood control, as will the Department of Energy's critical programs, including maintenance of our nuclear weapons stockpile. I could go on, but I think the committee sees the point. This 3-bill package provides funding for countless critical programs that assist Americans every single day of the year. All 3 measures also include member-requested community project funding, ensuring that Congress maintains control over the power of the purse and allowing members and communities to address their most pressing needs. Perhaps what is most important is what this package does not do. In moving this process forward, we avoided an omnibus spending package at Christmas holidays, an outcome that was a high priority for many members on both sides of the aisle, certainly including myself.
And we accomplish this by negotiating these bills at the committee level, thereby taking another strong step toward returning to the regular appropriations process. I want to thank each of you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cole, and I should have mentioned the former chair of this committee.
Right.
Ms. DeLauro, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, and good evening to Chairman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee. I wish you all a Happy New Year, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm glad to be here alongside my counterpart on the Appropriations Committee, Chairman Cole, whose partnership I deeply appreciate. I'm proud to support the funding package before us today, which was largely negotiated by 3 extraordinary subcommittee ranking members, Congresswomen Marcy Kaptur, Shelley Pingree, and Grace Meng. They, along with their Republican counterparts and committee staff, who I regard as the best and the brightest, who worked tirelessly throughout the holidays and were able to forge a comprehensive bipartisan, bicameral agreement. I know there are some among the press and elsewhere who were skeptical that this funding agreement could be made and would have the support to pass. I'm confident that after this week they will reconsider that skepticism, and after this month will abandon it entirely. We set out 3 goals when we began this process. We sought to protect funding for democratic priorities, reject any poison pill provisions, and reassert Congress's power of the purse. I'm proud to report that this package accomplishes all 3 of these goals. And as my colleague pointed out, we do provide the funding for community projects and congressionally directed spending, and that's for both Republican members and Democratic members. This bill makes meaningful investments to bring down energy costs, rising utility bills, which are central drivers of the affordable crisis. It's probably one of the biggest issues, increased utility costs for families today. It increases funding for electrical grid infrastructure by $375 million. It adds over $3 million for the Weatherization Assistance Program, which helps low-income households improve the energy efficiency of their homes, saving participants $370 per year on average. At a time when families are being squeezed for every penny they have, these savings matter more than ever. Despite the Trump administration's crusade against clean energy, the bill provides more than $3 billion for energy efficiency and renewable energy programs, rejecting the White House's attempts to cut this funding by over $2 billion. As the climate crisis increases the frequency and force of severe storms, this bill increases funding for the Army Corps of Engineers by nearly $2 billion, supporting projects that strengthen our water infrastructure, improve climate resilience, and protect our communities from natural disasters. The bill also increases funding for violence against women, the Violence Against Women grants by $7 million, providing crucial resources for victims of abuse who otherwise would have nowhere to turn. It protects our nation's national parks and public lands, denying attempts to expand oil and gas leasing and weaken protections for endangered species. It provides nearly $9 billion for the EPA, almost doubling the funding for environmental protection that the White House sought in this bill. Another highlight is protecting scientists whose livelihoods and cutting-edge research have been threatened by an administration that wants to limit funding to cover the indirect costs of research, shifting the financial burden onto individual scientists for work that benefits the public as a whole. This is something Chairman Cole and I have worked on years ago for the NIH, and I'm proud that we are extending these protections to the National Science Foundation and to the Department of Energy. I understand that there may be some of my Democratic colleagues who are apprehensive about providing any funding for this administration. An administration, I might add, that has abused its authority time and time again while thumbing its nose at Congress and the rule of law. I understand their concern, but abandoning the regular order appropriations process does nothing to rein in this administration. All it does is forfeit our ability to fight for the priorities that are important to us, to our constituents, and to the American people. If we choose to abandon appropriations, we then empower the President and the Office of Management and Budget and abdicate Congress's power of the purse, leaving us with only 2 alternatives: a permanent government shutdown or endless stopgaps with funding on autopilot. Those are both bad options. Stopgap measures, while useful in certain limited circumstances, should never be our first choice. And if we come to rely on them as the default option, as I fear we have, eventually we concede our authority over federal spending. When we pass full-year spending bills through regular order, we prescribe legally binding funding levers for the specific programs with far more precision than under a continuing resolution. This diminishes the White House's discretion over spending and restricts their ability to deploy the federal budget as a partisan weapon. I'm under no illusions about this administration. I see what you see and I hear what you hear. But walking away from the process is not putting up a fight. It is admitting surrender. Do I believe this bill is absolutely perfect? No, of course not. There are plenty of things left out that I wish were included, and vice versa, and I'm sure that Chairman Cole feels the same. In fact, in both of our press releases, we highlighted the fact that the package does not include any poison pills. We may disagree on what constitutes a poison pill, but to come to an agreement, both sides dropped what the other thought were objectionable policies. I'm proud of this package, though it is only the first step. However, ongoing conversations over the remaining 6 bills have been productive, and negotiations are progressing at a pace that is very encouraging. As of this evening, I am confident we will be able to complete our work and avoid any kind of continuing resolution prior to the January 30th deadline. This is a testament to the ability of our ranking members, the committee staff, and of course, Chairman Cole and our counterparts in the majority. This bill is a reasonable compromise. I will vote for it, and I will be proud to do so. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro. I'll defer my questions, and I'll recognize Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say thank you to both of you for being here tonight. And I knew it was evening, but I just wanted to check how late it was. But I appreciate the fact that you brought a bipartisan bill, and you're both supporting this. And I also appreciate the fact that we are getting back to regular order, because it is something that I think is so incredibly important. And so I will not belabor the point, but thank you very much for being here, and I yield back.
Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
No, thank you. I want to thank you both for being here. Thank you for bringing a bipartisan package to the Rules Committee. I think any questions I have would just needlessly delay this hearing or screw up this really nice moment. So I will yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
Thank both of you for coming to this. The only question, and I hope this could be worked out, I know this has got a funding for $1 million for Somali-led Generation Hope and a Justice Empowered Initiative. That's outlandish with the fraud and abuse that has come in Minnesota. I know it's a small amount of money. That's going to be a problem for a lot of people if that stays in there.
I understand your concern, and what we are doing is dealing with the details. And I will just be very honest with you. If it is not legitimate, then it will not happen. And if it is legitimate in terms of the organization that receives the funding, then we will look at it. But it is all being reviewed and looked at it very, very carefully, so that we're dealing even with the tax returns of the nonprofit group to see what it's all about. And I'll be happy to report back to you when we get all of the details.
And I appreciate that.
Sure.
But this is a huge thing, and I appreciate you working on it, because with $9 billion and counting, and it's not just for the people of Minnesota. This is a.
Yeah. No, I understand, and I would just tell you, I think we've been very, very careful, both sides, and all of the time we've dealt with community projects, to say that those are not reasonable, not legitimate. We can't, cover that, then they're not included.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro. I do want to recognize you for your efforts to produce a bipartisan conference minibus to fund parts of the government for this current fiscal year under less than ideal conditions. And Representative DeLauro, really appreciate your earnest efforts to secure meaningful policies in the bill to prevent the continued violations by the Trump administration of Congress's core Article 1 authorities. And we also appreciate your fighting to include the congressionally directed spending in the bill. So, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out, because I do think the taxpayers should know, that there's 1.05 billion, but then there's 1.075 billion, and then there's another 1.07 billion. So while those numbers are pretty close, there's over 3 billion in what people call community projects, right? Not 1 billion, it's 3 billion.
No.
The numbers are close. Am I wrong, Mr. Cole?
Are we talking about the whole bills? Or?
Talking about the whole bill?
There's a little over $1 billion per section.
No, there's, let me just say, there's $5.6 billion, there are 3,000 community projects.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have put them. It's $5.6 billion for over 3,000 community project funding and congressionally directed spending programs,
Okay.
including $2 billion for 901 Republican-requested projects and $1.4 billion for 1,100 Democratic-requested ones. Those are the accurate figures.
I thought you said 5.6.
Oh, I did for this, for the 3,000
Okay.
projects.
So, but under commerce, it says community projects are 1.05 billion. Then under energy, it says they're 1.075 billion.
That includes the Senate projects as well.
Okay, so
we
you're-
don't, right.
So you're 5 point,
Ours is the two numbers I gave you, $2 billion for 901 Republican-requested projects and 1.4 for over 1,100 Democratic ones. That's us. The rest of it is the Senate with their congressionally directed projects. And we have,
okay.
yeah, we don't have, I mean.
but the 5.6 billion total includes the Senate
Yes.
congressionally directed money?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay,
yes.
all right. Well, I'm talking about the House bill. I'm just reading
Right.
from the numbers that you've put in here.
Right, the House bill is the
Okay.
2 billion and 1.4, so it's 3.4.
Okay, so if we already know what the Senate number is, then these have somewhat been pre-conference, then is that correct?
Well, it's just, I mean, they've been through the process like we have been through here, and they're part of the bill, which is the way in which the projects work. You know, they're vetted, they are examined, they have to have certain restrictions and requirements.
Okay, but you gave us a number of 5.6 billion.
Well, but that includes, as I said, the Senate projects.
But the 5.6 billion is not actually in this language that we're talking about, right? It is in this language then.
Yeah, I mean, the Senate projects are in there as well as the House projects. That's correct.
In
I
these,
will point out the overall, collectively, these three bills are actually $2 billion below a CR.
That was going to be my next question, Mr. Cole. Maybe my notes are wrong then on the projects. I'll get to the answer then. I know that appropriations have to be done in a bipartisan manner. I am glad that we're spending less money. The deficit is a serious problem for the country. I'll yield the remainder of my time, but you know, I realize that in these appropriation measures, they've got to be compromised. I just hope we don't end up in another shutdown like we did last time. And I would point out to, you know, again, 99% of Republicans voted to keep the government open last time. 99% of Democrats voted to keep it closed last time. And I just hope we don't end up in another shutdown
there should be
as
no
we
reason
push
for
to
a shutdown.
January
moving
30th.
forward.
I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Chairman and Ranking Member. This is how it's supposed to work, right? You get together, you negotiate, either side gets what he wants. Maybe Republicans get more because you're in the majority, but you did it. And I'm so thankful. And Chairman Cole, I want to really thank you because, I mean, thank you for taking care that this budget honors trust responsibilities.
Well, I have a very willing partner in that. and we were very happy to work. I know you had a particular concern about a water project, and it met all the standards, and we were very happy to see that happen. I know it's a big deal in New Mexico.
Well, it's a big deal across Indian country.
It is indeed.
Of everything that you've done here to make sure that we met, and on occasion set it up because there isn't enough funding for meeting our trust responsibilities to tribes. So I'm very grateful for that. I could go on about the things I like. I know there's not everything we
Right.
wanted in here.
That's what
but
negotiations
what
are about.
negotiation is about. And that's when both sides come together and negotiate on a bipartisan basis. That's how you avoid a shutdown, and that's what you have shown.
On those
possible.
issues, we are very fortunate. Mike Simpson and Congresswoman Pingree are fantastic negotiating partners and good friends. And believe me, we couldn't have two better people looking after the trust responsibility than those two people and making sure that we make progress in this area. And so they both really did a splendid job across the entire bill, but particularly on these issues I know you have a special interest in, as do I.
Thank you so very much, and thank you for pointing out that there is funding. I've seen some tweets about people upset about the fact that there's funding for the Violence Against Women Act and
Yes,
survivors.
yes, right.
We must support the survivors of violence, and it's the right thing to do, and so thank you very much. And with that, I will yield back. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Now we know why Mr. Simpson has been here for the meeting. He's been waiting for you to stroke him a little bit on his work, and we're very pleased to have him here tonight. So glad you, I wasn't sure if you knew he was here, but he's sitting behind you smiling right now. Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to salute Chairman Cole and Ranking Member Delora. This is pretty refreshing here tonight, especially after repeated continuing resolutions and funding gaps. Agencies and local governments and our community partners need stability, and this is a step in that direction. This bill moves away from crisis-driven budgeting and towards more predictable appropriations process, allowing our programs to operate as intended and projects to move forward without delay. In my district, this bill includes several community projects that will support local jobs, improve critical infrastructure, especially rural water projects, and strengthen essential public services, especially with law enforcement. So I don't really have any questions. I just want to thank you for your hard work and the hard work of the Appropriations Committee. I know you've put many, many hours into all of this, and hopefully have a very positive outcome this week. And I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langworthy. Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank both Chairman Cole and Ranking Member Delora for your work on this bill. I know a lot has gone into it, and I'm glad that we're here appropriating as we should. Chairman Cole, if all goes well in Congress, appropriations will happen. Is that correct?
That is correct, and it's our central function that we're charged with under the Constitution. And again, by its nature, it needs to be bipartisan. It needs to be collaborative. Certainly in this case, it has been. We've worked very well together, and I want to join my friend, the former chair of the full committee and the ranking member now, in saying most of this stuff was negotiated at the subcommittee level. The further away you get away from that, the more political and the less informed, honestly, the decisions are. So I know we both made an effort, and all four of us, quite frankly, to push the decision-making down to the people that actually do the hearings, know the topics, and work with one another. And they sent up very few matters for us to have to consider. And we want to make sure that we don't send up any matters for our respective leaderships to have to consider. We think it ought to be settled at the subcommittee level, if at all possible. I would say probably at 98% it was, and we'd like to continue in that manner. And so I'm really proud of our ranking members and our Cardinals, because they sat down and hammered it out, and that nothing will make me happier to not get a single thing sent up to us. And I know my friend, the ranking member, feels exactly the same way. We want these to be member-driven. We want them to be made at the subcommittee level where the knowledge is at. And I have to say, in these three cases, all 6 of the responsible people and their committees, because they all involved their committees in these decisions as well. I think did an extraordinary job in working through things, and we're continuing to work through things tonight. My friend Mr. Norman certainly raised a concern we have. We've alerted our friends. They're looking too. So we appreciate the input. It's helpful.
So, Mr. Chairman, appropriations are going to happen.
Yes.
If all goes well, we will appropriate.
Yes.
The question is not whether or not we fund community projects. The question really is, does Congress direct the spending or does an unelected bureaucrat direct it? Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. If we fail to pass these bills, we will actually spend more money. A CR is more expensive than this, and all the projects are gone as well. I mean, we would literally lose every project and spend more money, which I don't think is anybody's objective. And again, while we're very careful, and I want to compliment my friend, the ranking member, you know, a lot of the rules that we operate under on community projects were rules that she put in place when she shared the full committee. So nobody's more committed to trying to make sure this is an honest, transparent, open process than my friend, the ranking member, and she certainly operated that way. And you know, again, we don't always see the world the same way, but we've worked together a long time, and we trust one another implicitly. And we usually manage to get to the deal if we're left alone.
That's right.
Well, what I want to be clear about is that our constituents send tax dollars to Washington, D.C. Community project funds are our way to fight for those resources to be sent back to our districts.
Every member here knows something about their district that no bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. knows.
Correct.
And has a really good feel for where resources that impact very directly their constituents ought to be expended. And again, we try to respect that judgment. I think that's built into the process. So you're 100% right. This ought to be decided by members of Congress, and we actually have more ability to do that by passing bills than passing CRs.
Just one point I would make is when we put in the restrictions, because of what happened in the past, and we did not want to repeat these past transgressions, that we said that a member and family members have to certify they have no financial interest in any of this. You can't just have a member go in a closed-door room and say, okay, today I think I'll do this. No, there has to be actual a proof of the community need, whether it's a directive from the city council, whether it's something that it has passed, et cetera. And we look carefully. We have said no to projects that did not have the documentation on community support for it. So I want to be clear about that. You're right. We were painstaking because, you know, it directly, you know, we're dealing with taxpayers' funds, but we're also dealing with what it looks, you know,
Yeah.
how it applies to this institution and the members, which is what happened in the past.
And this
We
is
don't wanna
not,
do
these
it.
are not these are not the quote-unquote earmarks of the past. Because of the reforms that have been put in
Right.
place for
Right.
protection of the tax dollar, deliberate efforts have been made to strengthen oversight,
Yeah.
to end wasteful programs, to not fund bridges to nowhere, to restore congressional oversight and control of spending priorities. That's how the appropriations process should work, disciplined, targeted, and accountable to the American people who fund it.
Agreed.
I personally would much rather have congressional oversight by elected representatives who know the needs of our districts back home and be able to fight for those things through these community projects versus an unelected bureaucrat from Washington, D.C.
Agreed.
deciding where these funds will go. Because ultimately, as I said at the outset of my comments, these funds will be appropriated. Mr. Chairman, how much of the overall budget is the discretionary portion?
It's about 26%. I'm glad you raised the point, because it's something people should know. When our longest-serving member, the Dean of the House, arrived in Congress in 1981, appropriations accounted for 45% of all federal spending. Today, it's 26%. we appropriated 9.8% of the gross national product of the richest country in the world. We today appropriate 6.4. So if there's a problem, not in the parts of the budget that the Appropriations Committee, under both Democrats and Republicans at different times, have caused. Could we do a better job? Sure. And we work to try and do a better job. And I think some of the improvements and reforms that my friend, the ranking member, put in as chair on community projects are an example of that. So we know you can always get better. You always got, but again, we're not the problem in the deficit if we're appropriating a smaller portion of the total federal budget than we were 40 years ago, and we're appropriating a lower percentage of the GDP. It doesn't mean we should be freed from scrutiny, but it does mean this committee for a long time has really held the line on spending, used the dollars it had pretty wisely, and my friends on the other side would disagree. It's one of the things I liked about the big beautiful bill was one of the first times I've seen real reforms in mandatory spending since 1983, since the parties worked together with Speaker O'Neill and President Reagan and then Majority Leader Howard Baker. Sadly, all three of them gone, but they solved the problem for their era and extended the life of that program and put it back. We need to do more of that. Now, that's where the real spending is at. It's where the Appropriations Committee controls. It's actually done an awfully good job over the years in restraining spending.
And just to reiterate, these three appropriations bills spend less money than if we were under a continuing resolution.
Correct. If we were to fail and not pass them, and I don't believe we would do a shutdown again, but if we were and did a CR, we will spend more money, and bureaucrats will control where more of it goes than if we actually pass these three bills.
That's where the unelected.
And if we were to eliminate discretionary funding entirely, what would that do to the deficit?
Nothing, effectively, not very much. I mean, let's look at what we've done controlling discretionary spending. It's where Congress gives up control and quits looking at the issues there. My friend, the ranking member, and I have to, and our colleagues on our committee and our counterparts in the Senate, we don't get our work done, the government shuts down. Other people don't do it, it just keeps rolling right along. So the discipline of having to do this every year, I wish we did it in the entire budget.
Correct.
We
have much more discipline than on our side of the ledger than when mandatory spending gets into the mix. And the check just keeps getting written no matter the cost. And that's what's gotten us into the position that we're in today in a federal deficit spending. Mandatory spending has far outreached our capacity, and in the Working Families Tax Cuts Act and the One Big Beautiful Bill, I was happy to see that we took some steps to turn us from a direction of increasing deficits to reducing deficits. I appreciate that these appropriations reduce spending as well. I thank you both for your leadership, and Madam Chair, I thank you for indulging the extra time, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Houchin. Chairman Cole, I want to reiterate a couple of things that you've said, because I do think it's important to get them on the record. My understanding is, and you've said it a couple of times, that by passing our appropriations bills, well, particularly this group of appropriations bills, we saved $2 billion relative to staying on a CR, correct?
That's absolutely correct, and that's, we also have a little bit of inflation, so we are both inflation adjusted, but in absolute numbers, modestly making cuts that we work on together, and, we were able to get there. So, again, we're able to do that with our friends, not just on the other side of the aisle, but in the other chamber as well.
And you gave a figure today that I had not heard before, that in 1981,
I have a wonderful card I'm going to send to your office tomorrow.
Good.
Yeah, I will. And in 1981, 45% of all federal spending was appropriated. The remainder was Medicare or Medicaid, Social Security, interest on the debt. Today, it's only 26%. So the growth of government has not come via the appropriations process. We've actually lived within, and again, reduced to me, the most stunning statistic is, we were appropriating 9.8% of the GDP when Ronald Reagan was president. We're appropriating 6.4%. So relative to the growth in the economy, this is a much smaller appropriated budget. It's our colleagues that have control of mandatory spending look, we have an aging population. I can give you all the stuff, but you got to do this stuff every year. You got to weed the garden, so to speak, and I think that's what we've done here and prioritize the things that are important and that we could agree on. So I always enjoy working with my friend, and if we're left alone, we usually get there.
And I believe the average American believes we're appropriating all the money every year, which is why I think it's important to spell that out and to say to people, Medicare, Medicaid, and other things called mandatory or entitlement are on automatic pilot.
Correct.
And Congress is not appropriating that money. When I first came here and I heard those terms, mandatory and discretionary, I protested that it's really all discretionary. We could change that if we wish to do that. But we have allowed certain things to be on automatic pilot. And I think that came from 1974 when Congress decided to sort of push things off budget because it didn't want to decide or deal with those tough issues. And they are tough issues to deal with. But we will not get our house in order and bring down our cost until we come to grips. That is no criticism whatsoever of you and the Appropriations Committee. That is a whole of Congress issue that has to be dealt with, I believe. And I want to thank you all for what you've done in bringing us a bipartisan, bicameral bill to be decided. And I believe it is the way we should be doing things. And we can cut a little bit at a time each year and get some things under control that way. So I thank you both for coming tonight. And there being no further questions of our two witnesses. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Goose, you came in. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Yep.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be very brief. I thank you to the chairman and the ranking member for your hard work with respect to this minibus, and I certainly appreciate the time and effort that you both have expended to try to come together with this final product that you're presenting today. I have a number of different concerns, but I think the most principal among them, and so want to make sure that I get that on the record here today, is with respect to the National Center for Atmospheric Research, which both of you, I suspect, are familiar with, NCAR. It's located in my district. It's described in the president's own budget request as a, quote, this is President Trump's budget request, describes NCAR as a world-class research center leading, promoting, and facilitating innovation in the atmosphere in our related Earth systems. That presidential budget request called for the continuation of the funding and operating of NCAR. NCAR has a number of very substantial and significant connections to a wide variety of universities across the country, including in your district, Mr. Chairman, at the University of Oklahoma, including, I believe, a $20 million award that just recently Oklahoma University received to lead on an AI institute on weather in partnership with NCAR. The reason why I offer all of this is I think, as both of you are aware, the president's OMB director made an announcement of his attempted dismantling of NCAR. This is in connection to retaliation against the state of Colorado, and in particular our governor, a former colleague, Mr. Polis, and essentially the state not releasing a individual who was convicted of state election-related crimes, Ms. Tina Peters. It is blatant retaliation. It is unlawful for a host of reasons, but it is also inconsistent with the president's own budget request. And there are roughly 100 lawmakers who sent a letter to both the ranking member and the chairman of this Appropriations Committee in the House, as well as your counterparts in the Senate, asking that language be included in this bill to reflective of the president's prior budget request before this sort of campaign of retaliation began, to ensure that ultimately NCAR could continue doing the incredibly important work that the people there do each and every day. So I guess I would ask, Mr. Chairman, we're going to have an amendment that we're going to submit later this evening to the committee and hope and implore my colleagues to support it. I guess I would just ask if you'd be willing to work with us in good faith, given NCAR's
Yeah, certainly,
importance.
I'm always willing to work with members. And so, again, the bills we have, I think, reflects the fact that we do work together and we do try to take individual concerns into account. So, yeah, I certainly have my assurance to work with you.
Well, I guess what I would just say, I mean, I think, and I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure you're familiar with the developments regarding this bill in the Senate before the Congress adjourned for the prior session of Congress. And you're aware that ultimately it was not considered, the minibus wasn't considered in the Senate because our senators, my senators, Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper, put a hold on that appropriations bill directly tied to NCAR. And this issue has yet to be resolved. And so I guess I would just ask, as this bill is moving through the process here, that you all would work with us so that ultimately that language is included. And I know that that same message has been articulated to the other two corners of the four corners in the appropriations process, but that has yet to be resolved, and it's what ultimately stopped Senate consideration of this bill 4 weeks ago. So I would hope that we can find a way here to land on the bipartisan language that we've suggested, which, as I said, has been endorsed by a number of Republicans in the House, including in my state of Colorado. Ranking Member DeLauro.
Right, I'm supportive of the effort, and I think what the chair said is he'll take a look at it, but I was supportive of trying to move forward on this effort.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thanks, Mr. Neguse. Now, I believe everyone has asked their questions, and we appreciate your coming. We appreciate your hard work, and you are excused.
Thank
Thank you so much. Happy New
Happy New Year to you, and hope you are healed very quickly.
Tom, thanks.
Thank you.
I can only do this.
Get better.
Okay.
Let's get to do this twice more.
Okay, that's it. 3 times as long.
I guess not.
That's the reason I came.
Okay.
You-
I'm it? I'm only one? Good, you're in luck. You're in luck, holy cow.
Mr. Grothman, your full statement will be accepted for the record, and I ask you to keep your comments to 5 minutes.
Oh my goodness, we'll get out of there under 5 minutes. Okay, since you're reading my comments, I'll tell you why I care so much about this issue. When I was in the state of Wisconsin, I was on something called the Child Neglect and Abuse Board. And I heard a lot of stories about young children, particularly were even sexually abused. The vast majority of situations in which a horrific crime is committed like this is usually you have a male in the house who is not the father of the child. Okay, usually, bluntly, mother's boyfriend. If you want to stop child abuse, sexual abuse of young children, you therefore have to go after or educate people, particularly women, that they got to look out when they invite other men in their household, because maybe those other men may take advantage of young girls in the house. The establishment does not like to publish those numbers. I can only imagine why they don't, but my amendment says that we would like to keep track of the relationship between a victim and offender on child abuse, particularly child sexual abuse. And that provision goes along with the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act. and particularly the child abuse prevention section of that act, so that the public as a whole will learn who is committing these horrible crimes, which right now it is nowhere near as publicized as it should. Now, I'm just guessing when we get the information out of the amendment. That's what it's going to find out, but that's what I've been told by people in the field. So I'd appreciate it very much if you would do this. We're not spending any more money here, but what we are doing is we are educating the public. If you want to prevent sexual abuse of young children, you have to educate people. You look out when you get a male who's not the natural father in the house. That's what it's about there. I think that's under 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Grossman, and we will insert your full statement into the record. Mr. Norman, do you have any questions?
You all learned something today then.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Langworthy? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez? No. Ms. Houchin? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I ask unanimous consent to enter written testimony in the record from Representative Gosar and from Representatives Gosar and Style without objection. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on HR 4593, HR 5184, or HR 6938? Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. Without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair, but I ask members to please stay close. We hope this will not be a long recess. Okay, we will call you when we have a resolution. Thank you.